Ceremony is about to begin. We kindly ask everyone to be seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is my honor to welcome you to the 2025 Sejong International Judicial Conference. My name is Da-Sum Kang, and I will be your host for today's program. First, I warmly welcome our distinguished guests and all participants from around the world. The Sejong International Judicial Conference was founded to honor King Sejong's enduring commitment to the rule of law. He created Hangul, the Korean alphabet, to ensure fair trials, protect the underprivileged, and establish a just, people-centered legal system. Today's gathering offers a meaningful opportunity to reflect on that legacy and to join together in exploring the path toward a more just and sustainable legal future. At this time, it is my honor to introduce our opening speaker. He is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Korea and head of the judiciary. Please welcome Chief Justice Hee-de. Let us give him a warm round of applause.
존경하는 국제기구와 세계 각국의 대법원장님과 대법관님, 그리고 이 자리에 함께하신 사법 관계자를 포함한 내외 기빈 여러분, 오늘 대한민국 대법원이 세종 국제 콘퍼런스를 개최하게 되어 매우 기쁘게 생각합니다. 그리고 바쁘신 가운데도 참석해 주신 모든 분들께 깊이 감사드립니다. 특히 세계 여러 나라에서 먼 길을 마다하지 않고 대한민국을 찾아주신 모든 참석자분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 세종대왕은 15세기 조선의 제4대 임금으로 한국인에게 매우 존경받는 역사적 위인 가운데 한 분이십니다. 세종대왕께서는 재위 32년 동안 정치, 경제, 과학, 의학, 문화, 예술 등 여러 분야에서 탁월한 업적을 남기셨습니다. 특히 사법의 측면에서 볼 때 세종대왕은 나라의 근본은 백성이라는 민본 사상과 애민 정신을 바탕으로 백성을 위한 정의롭고 공정한 사법을 구현하기 위해 끊임없이 노력하셨습니다. 그리하여 세종대왕은 통일된 법전을 편찬하고 백성들에게 법조문을 널리 알려 법을 알지 못해 처벌받는 일이 없도록 하셨습니다. 또한 세종대왕은 수사와 재판 과정에서 백성들이 억울함이 없도록 형사사건 처리 절차를 분명하게 기록하게 하고 사건 처리가 장기간 지체되지 않도록 하며 고문과 지나친 형벌을 제한함으로써 공정하고 신속한 재판이 이루어지도록 하셨습니다. 아울러 세종대왕은 죄수들이 감옥에서 더위나 추위 또는 질병으로 억울하게 죽는 일이 없도록 감옥 내 인권 보호와 복지를 개선하셨습니다. 이처럼 세종대왕은 사법의 전 영역에서 인권 존중의 가치를 일관되게 실천하셨습니다. 이번 컨퍼런스는 세종대왕의 숭고한 법사상을 전 세계와 함께 공유하기 위해 마련되었습니다. 아울러 시대와 공간을 초월하는 지속 가능한 사법의 본질과 모든 이에게 공정하게 행사되어야 할 사법권의 의미를 성찰하는 중요한 자리이기도 합니다. 나아가 급변하는 시대의 흐름과 기술의 발전이 가져올 새로운 도전에 대응하는 법치주의의 미래와 사법의 바람직한 발전 방향을 모색하는 뜻깊은 계기가 될 것입니다. 존경하는 국내외 사법 지도자와 관계자 여러분, 이번 회의는 특별 세션을 포함하여 모두 5개의 세션으로 구성되어 있습니다. 특별 세션의 주제는 백성을 품고 정의를 세우다입니다. 특히 세종대왕께서는 백성을 위해 창제하신 훈민정음은 한국 문화의 근원을 이해하는 데 중요한 의미를 지니고 있습니다. 더 나아가 이번 회의의 개최 취지와 지향하는 바를 살펴보는 데에도 깊은 통찰을 제공하므로 오늘 논의의 출발점으로 먼저 훈민정음을 소개하고자 합니다. 훈민정음에 관한 자세한 내용은 책자를 봐주시고 여기서는 PPT 화면을 보면서 간략하게 소개하겠습니다. 이것이 세종대왕이 창제하신 훈민정음, 백성을 가르치는 바른 소리입니다. 훈민정음은 언문으로도 불리다가 20세기에 이르러 한글로 불리게 되었습니다. 그러면 훈민정음의 특징을 몇 가지 소개하겠습니다. 첫째, 훈민정음은 독창적인 문자입니다. 창제의 동기와 철학, 원리, 사학유화 등이 조선왕조 실록과 훈민정음 해례본에 자세하게 기록되어 있습니다. 훈민정음은 자음 17자와 모음 11자, 모두 28자로 창제되었는데 현재 4글자는 사용되지 않고 24글자만 사용되고 있습니다. 둘째, 훈민정음은 과학적인 문자 체계와 원리를 가지고 있습니다. 훈민정음의 자음은 발음기관의 모양과 발성의 원리를 본떠 5개의 기본 글자를 만들고 이후 소리의 세기에 따라 획을 더하였습니다. 기역은 영어의 그 발음인데 발음할 때 혀뿌리가 목구멍을 막는 모양입니다. 이어서 크는 영어의 K 발음인데 소리의 세기가 커서 한 획을 더하였습니다. 니어는 영어의 N 발음인데 발음할 때 혀끝이 윗몸에 닿는 모습입니다. 이어서 소리의 세기에 따라 디귿, 영어의 D, 티읕, 영어의 T와 같이 획을 더하였습니다. 미음은 영어의 M 발음인데 발음할 때 입 모양입니다. 이어서 소리의 세기에 따라 비읍, 영어의 B, 피읍, 영어의 P와 같이 획을 더하였습니다. 시옷은 영어의 S 발음인데 발음할 때 윗니와 랫니가 겹친 모양입니다. 그리고 소리의 세기에 따라 지읒, 치읒과 같이 획을 더했습니다. 이응은 목구멍에서 나오는 소리로서 목구멍의 모습을 형상화했습니다. 이어서 소리의 세기에 따라 획을 더하였습니다. 자음의 발음 위치와 모양을 한꺼번에 모아보면 이 그림과 같습니다. 셋째, 훈민정음은 철학적 문자입니다. 훈민정음의 모음은 하늘과 땅, 그리고 사람의 형상을 본떠 기본 글자를 만들었습니다. 아래 안은 하늘의 둥근 모양을 본뜬 것인데 우주의 근원과 태초의 소리를 떠올리게 하는 상징적인 형상으로 느껴집니다. 의는 땅의 평평한 모양, 이는 사람의 서 있는 모양을 본뜬 것입니다. 모음은 아래와 의의 세 글자를 기본 글자로 하여 서로 어울려 다양한 모음을 만들어냅니다. 이 화면은 기본 모음이 서로 어울리는 형상을 보여줍니다. 이들은 상호 간의 우열이 아니라 서로의 조화와 합의를 추구합니다. 이는 훈민정음의 평등 사상을 단적으로 보여줍니다. 훈민정음은 글자를 나열하는 방식이 아니라 모아서 쓰는 방식을 채택하였습니다. 초성, 중성, 종성이라고 하고 초성과 종성은 자음, 중성은 모음을 사용합니다. 종성 가운데 이는 초성의 오른쪽에, 의는 초성의 아래쪽에 붙였습니다. 요와 같이 평평한 것은 초성의 아래쪽에 붙여 쓰도록 되어 있습니다. 이와 같이 훈민정음은 표현 문자인데도 예술적 아름다움을 보여줍니다. 첫 번째가 옷 모양을 나타내는 각국의 언어입니다. 다음은 꽃입니다. 그 다음은 웃는 모양입니다. 여러분이 한글을 보면 어떤 느낌이 드십니까? 훈민정음은 디자인에도 많이 활용되고 있습니다. 왼쪽은 2018년에 개최된 평창 동계올림픽의 로고입니다. 평창의 첫 글자를 땄습니다. 평은 위에는 하늘을 가리킵니다. 밑은 땅을 가리킵니다. 그리고 이 두 선은 사람을 가리킵니다. 아까 우리 천지인 만들 때와 같은 원리입니다. 그래서 이것은 하늘과 땅, 사람이 모이는 광장 또는 동계올림픽 경기장을 뜻합니다. 여기 치엇은 오륜계의 5가지 색깔을 이용해서 눈의 결정체 또는 동계올림픽 선수를 형상화하였습니다. 이것은 국립서울대학교의 첫 글자를 딴 것입니다. 그 전체 모양은 학문과 진리를 추구하는 열쇠를 형상화하였습니다. 다섯째, 훈민정음은 28개 글자는 각각 하나의 소리만을 가집니다. 그러므로 수학적 정확성을 가지며 디지털 정보에 적합한 문자입니다. 영어의 A는 여러 가지로 발음되지만 한글의 아는 언제나 하나의 소리로 발음됩니다. 영어의 G는 여러 가지로 발음되고 소리가 나지 않기도 하지만 한글의 기억은 언제나 같은 발음입니다. 컴퓨터 자판에서 왼손은 자음을, 오른손은 모음을 교대로 입력하게 설계되어 신속하고 효율적인 사용이 가능합니다. 휴대전화 자판은 작은 화면에 최소한의 배열만으로도 사용이 가능합니다. 여섯째, 훈민정음 대표적인 표현 문자로서 다양한 소리를 충실하게 표기할 수 있습니다. 일곱째, 훈민정음은 실용적인 문자입니다. 세종대왕은 쉽게 익혀서 날마다 쓰는데 편리하게 만들었다고 합니다. 그래서 신하 정인지는 슬기로운 사람은 반나절에 익히고 보통 사람이라도 열흘이면 배울 수 있다고 합니다. 여러분이 댁에 가셔서 한글을 익히면 자신이 천재인지 아닌지 금방 알 수가 있습니다. 여덟째, 훈민정음은 인본주의적인 문자입니다. 세종대왕은 백성들이 자기 생각을 글로 표현하지 못하고 형사재판에서 억울함을 당하는 것을 안타깝게 여겨 훈민정음을 창제했다고 합니다. 정인지는 재판에서 훈민정음을 사용하면 속 사정을 온전히 이해할 수 있다고 밝혔습니다. 이처럼 훈민정음은 재판과 밀접한 관련을 가지고 있습니다. 이러한 인간 존중의 정신 한국의 언어와 문자 속에 고스란히 반영되어 있습니다. 영어에서는 흔히 my mother, my school, my country 와 같이 나를 중심으로 표현하지만 한국어에서는 우리 엄마, 우리 학교, 우리나라라고 우리라는 표현을 광범위하게 사용합니다. 나와 너의 관계를 살펴보면 영어와 중국에서는 발음이나 글자 형태성 아무런 연관성을 지니지 않지만 한국어는 발음과 글자 모양에서 상호 연관성을 지니며 서로 완전히 분리된 존재가 아니라 한 손의 손바닥과 손등처럼 각기 다르면서도 전체적으로 어우러진 존재임을 나타냅니다. 나와 남의 관계를 살펴보아도 영어와 중국에서는 발음과 형태에서 아무런 유사성이 없지만 한국어에서는 발음과 글자에서 긴밀한 연관성을 드러내고 있습니다. 좀 더 자세히 살펴보겠습니다. 여기 제일 윗부분이 나, I를 가리킵니다. 이 미음을 합히면 전체가 남, other people beside me 이를 뜻합니다. 이 스퀘어를 이렇게 나의 바깥에다가 이렇게 표시하면은 결국 나의 바깥쪽은 전부 남이 되는 형상이 됩니다. 그렇게 하면 나라는 경계선 밖은 모두 남이 됩니다. 그리고 그 다음 나의 폭이 넓어지면 나와 같이 나의 범위가 확장됩니다. 어머니가 자식을 끔찍이 사랑하는 경우를 예로 들 수 있습니다. 그러나 이 경우에도 나와 남을 구분하는 경계가 분명히 존재합니다. 나와 남 사이의 경계를 약화시키면 다음 그림과 같이 상호 의존하고 순환하며 소통하는 새로운 관계가 생기게 됩니다. 그리고 다음으로 나라는 생각, 집착, 나라는 생각의 감옥, 분별심, 경계를 완전히 내려놓게 되면 1차가 나인 경지, 나와 남이 둘이 아닌 경지에 도달합니다. 마지막 나와 같이 그렇게 됩니다. 이때 비로소 내 이웃을 내 몸과 같이 사랑하라. 중생이 아프니 나도 아프다. 라는 말의 참된 의미를 깊이 이해할 수 있게 됩니다. 이처럼 한국의 말과 글 안에서는 나와 남을 완전히 분리된 관계로 보지 않고 서로 의존하고 순환하며 소통하는 우리라는 개념으로 승화시키고 있습니다. 이번 콘퍼런스의 제1세션 주제는 뿌리 깊은 법치, 지속 가능한 정의를 위한 사법의 길입니다. 세종대왕께서는 법을 왕권 강화를 위한 통치 수단이 아니라 백성들의 삶의 질을 향상시키고 그들의 권리를 보장하는 규범적 토대로 삼으셨습니다. 이처럼 백성을 중심에 둔 세종대왕의 사법 철학은 시대를 초월하여 오늘날 우리가 지향해야 할 사법의 가치와도 깊이 맞닿아 있습니다. 이번 세션을 통해 급변하는 시대의 흐름 속에서도 법치와 사법 독립의 정신을 굳건히 지켜내고 정의와 공정이 살아 숨쉬는 미래를 함께 열어갈 지혜를 나눌 수 있기를 기대합니다. 제2세션 주제는 평등의 길, 모두를 위한 사법입니다. 신분의 높고 낮음이 엄격히 구분되던 시대에도 세종대왕께서는 가장 낮은 계층인 노비에게까지 오늘날 국제사회가 시행하고 있는 수준과 유사한 출산 휴가를 보장하셨습니다. 이와 같이 사회적 약자를 보호하는 다양한 정책을 통해 세종대왕은 정의와 공정의 가치를 실현하셨습니다. 세종대왕의 발자취는 오늘날 우리가 지향해야 할 사법의 미래와도 긴밀히 이어져 있습니다. 이번 세션을 통해 법이 진정으로 모든 사람에게 공평하게 적용되고 사회적 약자와 소수자의 권리가 실질적으로 보장되는 방안을 함께 모색해 나가기를 기대합니다. 제3세션 주제는 AI와 사법의 미래, 법이 기술과 만나다입니다. 오늘날 우리는 인공지능을 비롯한 첨단 기술의 비약적인 발전 속에서 사건 처리의 효율성과 편의성이 크게 향상되는 긍정적인 성과를 경험하고 있습니다. 동시에 기술 이전으로 인한 판단 오류와 법적 책임의 불명확성, 그리고 판단의 공정성에 대한 새로운 이문과 같은 도전적인 과제 역시 직면하고 있습니다. 이번 세션은 이러한 시대의 흐름을 반영하여 인공지능과 사법의 미래에 대한 심도 있는 논의의 장이 되기를 기대합니다. 아울러 세종대왕께서 한글을 창제하여 백성들의 사법 접근성을 근본적으로 확장하고자 하셨던 정신은 오늘날 세계 각국이 인공지능을 활용하여 사법의 효율성과 국민들의 사법 접근성을 높이려는 노력과도 깊이 맞닿아 있다고 하겠습니다. 이번 콘퍼런스가 세계 각국의 사법 영역에서 이루어진 인공지능 활용의 다양한 사례와 성과를 폭넓게 공유하고 나아가 정보 격차로 인한 불평등을 해소함으로써 인공지능을 통한 사법 접근성의 실질적인 증진 방안을 모색하는 뜻깊은 장이 되기를 기대합니다. 아울러 인공지능 도입이 사법 체계에 미칠 수 있는 부작용과 위험을 최소화하고 미래지향적인 발전 방향을 함께 논의함으로써 정의롭고 포용적인 사법의 길을 여는 데 중요한 계기가 되기를 희망합니다. 제4세션의 주제는 혁신기술의 보호와 사법의 역할입니다. 세종대왕께서는 제2기간 과학과 기술의 발전이 백성들의 삶의 질을 높이는 데 필수적임을 깊이 인식하시고 과학적 연구와 발명을 적극 장려하셨습니다. 그 결과 여러 분야에서 탁월한 성과를 이루셨습니다. 오늘날 인공지능을 비롯한 첨단 기술의 눈부신 발전 속에서 창의성과 혁신은 그 어느 때보다 중요한 가치를 지니게 되었습니다. 그러므로 본 세션에서는 창의성과 혁신 기술을 보호하기 위해 각국이 마련한 다양한 제도를 살펴보고 나아가 기술 발전에 능동적으로 대응하기 위해 세계 각국의 사법부가 제시하는 미래의 비전 또한 공유할 수 있으리라 기대합니다. 친애하는 국내외 사법 지도자와 관계자 여러분, 비록 시대와 국가 그리고 언어와 제도가 서로 다를지라도 우리 인류가 함께 지향하는 법치주의 이상은 곧 우리 모두가 공유하는 보편적 가치입니다. 이러한 가치를 토대로 우리는 더욱 정의롭고 공정한 사회를 열어갈 수 있을 것입니다. 주목할 점은 세종대왕께서는 이미 법의 지배와 사회적 약자 보호라는 인류 보편의 가치를 시대를 앞서서 실현하셨다는 사실입니다. 그 바탕이 된 세종대왕의 실천적인 철학은 시대와 공간을 초월하여 오늘을 살아가는 우리 모두에게 다음과 같이 깊은 울림과 의미 있는 성찰을 전해주고 있습니다. 첫째, 세종대왕께서는 언제나 백성을 존중하되 특히 사회적 약자와 소수자에 대해 깊은 측은지심을 간직하셨습니다. 백성들의 고단한 삶을 생각하실 때는 몸이 지치고 아파도 결코 쉬지 않으셨는데 바로 그 마음이 세종대왕의 끊임없는 열정과 창의성 그리고 위대한 업적의 원천이었습니다. 인류가 성인이라 일컫는 공자의 인, 부처의 자비, 예수의 사랑은 그 본질에 있어 모두 측은지심, 피티, 곧 연민의 마음을 근간으로 하고 있습니다. 이러한 맥락에서 훈민정음 해례에 기록된 정인지의 표현, 곧 세종대왕을 하늘이 내리신 성인이라고 칭송한 것은 결코 과장된 수사가 아니라 역사적 진실을 담아낸 평가라 하겠습니다. 법조인은 인간의 생명과 신체 그리고 재산에 관한 사건을 다루고 더 나아가 사회적 약자와 소수자의 자유와 권리를 보호할 숭고한 책무를 맡고 있습니다. 그러므로 무엇보다 인간에 대한 깊은 존중과 사회적 약자에 대한 섬세한 감수성을 갖추어야 합니다. 특히 오늘날처럼 세계 곳곳에서 갈등과 분열이 심화되고 인공지능의 비약적 발전이 불러올 불확실성이 가중되는 시대에 인류 모두가 측은지심을 바탕으로 인간성을 회복하고 인본주의적인 법을 통하여 개인의 자유와 권리를 지켜냄으로써 공동체의 안정과 평화를 추구하는 일은 그 어느 때보다 절실히 요구된다 하겠습니다. 둘째, 세종대왕께서 승하하신 뒤 신하들은 한결같이 세종대왕의 변함없는 성실함과 근면함을 높이 기렸습니다. 세종대왕께서는 제위 32년 내내 매일 새벽 3시 이전에 기상하여 학문에 힘쓰시고 날이 밝으면 곧바로 정사를 살피셨습니다. 또한 윤대를 통하여 신하들과 소통하시고 경연에 참가하시어 학문을 원하셨는데 거의 모든 서적을 섭렵하신 것으로 전해집니다. 세종대왕의 이런 한결같은 습관이 조선의 학문과 문화가 융성할 수 있었던 기초가 되었습니다. 법조인은 언제나 중요한 사건을 다루는 직업에 속하므로 주어진 모든 사건을 한결같이 성심을 다해 처리해야 할 책무를 지고 있습니다. 이러한 이유에서 법조인에게는 무엇보다 변함없이 꾸준한 노력이 요구됩니다. 셋째, 세종대왕께서는 소통과 상생의 가치를 중시하셨습니다. 무엇보다 백성들과의 의사소통을 원활히 하기 위해 훈민정음을 창제하셨고 국정 운영에서는 신하들의 의견을 경청하고 필요할 경우 심도 있는 토론을 통해 올바른 결론에 이르기를 주저하지 않으셨습니다. 또한 법의 공포와 집행에 있어서는 백성들에게 충분히 알리셨고 공법 시행을 앞두고서는 전국적으로 민심을 수렴하여 백성들의 뜻을 반영하고자 노력하셨습니다. 아울러 자신의 세자 책봉을 반대했던 황희를 등용하셨고 재임 기간에 끊임없이 제기된 형 양녕대군을 멀리하라는 요구 그리고 불교와 승려를 배척하라는 압력에도 굴하지 않고 포용과 상생의 길을 선택하셨습니다. 이와 같은 세종대왕의 법사상을 기리고자 마련된 이번 콘퍼런스가 법치주의와 사법의 이상을 새롭게 확인하고 성찰하는 계기가 되기를 바랍니다. 아울러 세계 각국의 법조인과 관련 전문가들이 서로의 경험을 나누고 지혜를 모으는 과정을 통해 각국의 사법 발전에 귀중한 통찰을 제공할 수 있기를 기대합니다. 또한 이번 행사를 통해 국가와 지역을 넘어 세계 각국의 사법부가 협력과 우정의 토대를 굳건히 다지는 뜻깊은 장이 되기를 진심으로 기대합니다. 끝으로 오늘 이 자리에 귀한 걸음을 해주신 모든 내외 귀빈 여러분들께 다시 한번 감사드리며 이번 컨퍼런스의 성공적인 개최를 위해 애쓰신 관계자 여러분들께도 깊은 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 아울러 세계 각지에서 오신 분들이 모든 분들이 여기 머무시는 동안 대한민국의 아름다운 가을 정치와 문화의 향기를 마음껏 느끼시기를 바라며 이 자리에 참석하신 여러분들 모두의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 대단히 감사합니다.
We sincerely thank Chief Justice Hee-de for his profound message. He reflected on the legacy of King Sejong and the significance of this conference. Please, once again, give him a big round of applause. We will now begin with congratulatory remarks. Our first speaker is the former president of the International Criminal Court. Please welcome Mr. Hyun with a warm round of applause.
Honorable Chief Justice Hee-de, Honorable Justices, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to address this distinguished gathering on the occasion of the Sejong International Judicial Conference, so thoughtfully organized by the Supreme Court of the Republic of Korea. I extend my warmest greetings to each of you who have come from across the globe, united by a shared dedication to the ideals of justice and the rule of law. This conference stands as a premier forum for judicial leaders and legal minds committed to shaping a better future. As a former president of the International Criminal Court, or ICC, I wholeheartedly support the goals of this forum. In a world still marked by conflict and division, we are reminded that the challenges facing humanity are far too great for any nation or any court to face alone. Now, more than ever, we must come together to uphold our common values and shared responsibilities. This year's conference invites us to reflect on 4 vital themes that lie at the very heart of our legal, institutional, and moral commitments. The first theme is the rule of law, a compass for sustainable justice. With the establishment of the ICC, the concept of the international criminal justice expanded beyond retribution to include restorative and reparative justice. Justice that not only punishes wrongdoers, but acknowledges victims and seeks societal healing. The court has redefined global expectations around accountability and justice, contributing meaningfully to the peace-building efforts by ending cycles of violence and reinforcing the global norm that mass atrocities must not go unpunished. But this is not a task for the justice sector alone. development agencies, and the broader international community must share the responsibility, in particular, the costs of delivering justice. We now understand that peace, justice, and development are deeply interconnected. The Rome statute system was never simply the creation of a court. It was the birth of a new global justice architecture rooted in the conviction that there can be no lasting peace without justice. At its core, this vision reflects the aspirations of people everywhere, men, women, and children who long to live in peace, dignity, and security, free from fear and oppression. The second theme is pathways to equal access, advancing people-centered justice. Equal access to justice remains a persistent challenge across many jurisdictions. True justice must be inclusive and accessible, not a privilege for the few, but a right for all. We are called to design and support legal systems that are transparent, responsive, and fundamentally fair, systems that serve people where they are, especially the most vulnerable. The third theme is justice in the age of AI. As new technologies rapidly reshape our societies, we must ask, how can legal systems keep pace? How can innovation be governed by ethical and equitable frameworks? And how can intellectual property law respond meaningfully at every stage of technological development? These are no longer theoretical questions. They demand thoughtful legal analysis and urgent regulatory attention. The fourth theme is the role of courts as guardians and innovators in times of change. Courts must not only safeguard legal continuity, but act as engines of innovation in law and justice. These themes are not abstract. They represent the lived realities of legal institutions worldwide as they navigate the tensions between tradition and transformation, certainty and complexity, principle and progress. It is deeply fitting that this conference is named after Sejong the Great, the 15th century monarch who was not only a wise ruler, but also a visionary reformer. His enduring legacy, especially the creation of Hangul, the Korean alphabet, gave voice to the voiceless and extended knowledge and justice to all people. King Sejong reminds us that justice begins not in courtrooms, but in the soul of a society that chooses to include, empower, and uplift everyone. The Shinmungo, a drum that allows ordinary citizens to petition the king directly, stands as a powerful symbol of procedural justice in Sejong's era. One such drum now resides at the ICC, a gift from the Korean government marking the completion of the ICC's buildings. It reminds us that institutions endure not because they are strong, but because they listen. Today, we confront new frontiers. Artificial intelligence challenges not just our laws, but our values. Inequality continues to undermine human dignity. Public trust in institutions is under pressure. Yet, the mission of the judiciary remains unchanged: to provide a steady hand in turbulent times, to offer reason over rhetoric, and to uphold the dignity and rights of all people. This conference also aligns with the global efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, of the 2030 UN Agenda, especially the goal of building peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. We must strengthen our commitment to effective and accountable institutions, ensure human rights for all, and leave no one behind. Justice must be communal, inclusive, and transformative. I hope this gathering will be more than a mere exchange of ideas. Let it be a renewal of our collective mission, a reminder that while laws evolve, the pursuit of justice remains a deeply human endeavor. I also invite all of you to explore the host country, Korea, its remarkable past, dynamic present, and promising future. Consider, for example, visiting the demilitarized zone, a sobering symbol of unresolved conflict and resilience. I still remember vividly the hardships of the Korean War. Today, Korea has transformed from a recipient of aid into a contributor to global development, a testament to the resilience, creativity, and determination of its people. I hope you will take time to experience the energy of modern Korea. But let us also not forget to enjoy ourselves. For thousands of years, Koreans have delighted in food, music, dance, and storytelling. In today's world, these cultural expressions live on in K-pop, K-food, K-beauty, K-drama, and K-movies. Please enjoy a taste of Korean culture during your stay. May your time here be filled with a meaningful dialogue, lasting friendships, and shared inspiration. Together, let us imagine and work toward a world where justice not only survives, but truly thrives. I wish each of you a rewarding and a memorable stay in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. As former President Sang Hyun-sung noted in his speech, we hope this conference will serve as a meaningful platform for promoting justice and the rule of law around the world. Next, we will hear from Mr. Christopher Stevens, Senior Vice President and General Counsel of the World Bank. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning. It's a great honor for me to convey, on behalf of the entire World Bank, our appreciation and congratulations to the Supreme Court of Korea on the success of this Sejong International Judicial Conference, and for all the court's leadership in advancing judicial dialogue and regional and global levels to strengthen the institutions of law, and most of all, to carry on the spirit and vision of King Sejong. The World Bank also extends our congratulations to the court on hosting the 2026 Conference of Chief Justices of Asia and the Pacific, which further underscores Korea's leadership role in international cooperation, knowledge sharing, capacity building among judiciaries in the region. The World Bank is a multilateral development finance institution whose mission is to reduce poverty on a livable planet. We pursue that mission by lending money, making investments and providing guarantees, creating knowledge products and providing technical and advisory services to member governments, all with a view towards enhancing economic growth, creating jobs, alleviating poverty. To do all of this, we work in close partnership with governments, ministries, and the judiciaries, including the Judiciary of Korea, and other institutions in order to combine the strengths of the bank and our partners, to combine our resources, financial capacity, knowledge, expertise, and innovation, and to deploy them towards our common goals. At the World Bank, we have long recognized that the rule of law is indispensable and inextricably linked to economic development and a civil society. We see the rule of law very broadly, more as an ecosystem of policies, laws, rules, programs, and institutions that create and enforce and implement regulations and laws fairly, efficiently, effectively, consistently, transparently, ethically, and with accountability. So the themes of the Sejong Judicial Conference, people-centered justice, and the strengthening of rule of law, access to justice, and strengthening of the systems of justice, the deployment of artificial intelligence and digital transformation in the courts and intellectual property, focus on precisely the elements of a legal system that supports our mission and underscore the value of our shared goals and partnerships with the judiciaries gathered in this room. For more than a decade, Korea has been a strategic partner with the World Bank, focusing on advancing judicial reform through the Korea World Bank Partnership Facility. Joint efforts have addressed cybercrime, digital access to justice, and the transformation of courts and public institutions. And the partnership has produced concrete outputs, including digital strategic guidance, global knowledge resources, and reform tools for judiciaries and government agencies. Building on this record, the Digital Pathways of Justice initiative, launched in collaboration with Korea, is generating comparative research, advisory frameworks, and pilot programs that adapt Korean innovations to diverse institutional contexts worldwide. These priorities define the World Bank's collaboration with the Supreme Court of Korea and the other judiciaries represented in this room today. Building on this shared agenda, the bank looks forward to deepening the partnerships, to continuing to ensure that the rule of law and the institutional of justice remain a cornerstone of sustainable development and the civil society envisioned by King Sejong. Thank you.
We sincerely thank Mr. Stevens for his insightful remarks. We will now proceed with the photo session. We would like to capture this meaningful moment with our honored guests, speakers, and distinguished judges and participants from Korea and abroad. Please come forward when your table number is called. May I first invite Table H to come forward. Next, tables 3, 4, and 5, please join us. We now call on tables 2, 7, 8. The table number 2, 7, 8, please come forward. Now we will take 2 shots, first in a formal pose. Okay, the second will be taken while standing and applauding. Please don't leave the stage. Thank you very much. We will have a short break till 10:45. Coffees and snacks are served in the lobby. The special session will begin following the photo session, so please return to your seats on time. Thank you.
6, do not rush to conclude legal procedures hastily. And 7, examine all angles and review the facts thoroughly to arrive at the right answer. These virtues all resonate with us, judges in 21st century. Another intriguing thing about King Sejong is that he also cared for the emotion and sentiment of the dead. King Sejong the Great said, "We should ensure that the dead hold no resentment and the living bear no grief." And in line with this, he established standardized guidelines for autopsies and forensic procedures. Especially in murder cases, he required his officials to conduct at least 3 forensics to find out the substantive truth of the case. And this led to an enhancement of the credibility in the criminal trial during Joseon period. There were several other innovative measures that were taken by King Sejong. For example, he was opposed to confessions under torture. Of course, 600 years ago, torture was prevalent both in Eastern Hemisphere and Western Hemisphere. But at the same time, King Sejong was very concerned about the side effect of the torture, especially confessions obtained under torture. So he limited the size of the instruments for torture to a smaller size. And he also disciplined the officials who would be involved in illegal torture. Secondly, he was also opposed to prolonged detention. And he also pursued speedy trial. There's a very interesting story when the King Sejong sent one of his officials to the prison because he was unreasonably delaying the criminal proceeding so that he can himself experience the harm and misery of the prolonged detention. And he also disciplined officials who were unduly delaying the criminal proceedings. And third, he envisaged a system quite similar to a 3-tier court system in the modern days. So for example, in the grave cases like murder or robbery, he ensured that the right to be heard by the defendant of the criminal procedure be protected and safeguarded. So he ensured that at least 3 chances should be given to the defendant. He knew that it would inevitably be led to a delay of the adjudication, but he was also very mindful of the need for a thorough investigation to find out the substantive truth of the case. At the same time, he also made sure the trial be swift. For example, he employed a system under which horse riders would deliver legal documents. This is quite comparable to electronic service in our modern days. And he was also very concerned about plight of the common people, especially the people who are in the vulnerable position, and the prisoners in prison. He wanted to keep prisoners warm in winter and cold in summer. And when death occurred during imprisonment, King Sejong obliged his officials to report the cause of the death, illness that they were suffering from, and treatment that was provided to the prisoners. He also banned jailing over 70 or under 15, except in the case of murder and robbery. And he also delayed execution of pregnant women until after 100 days after childbirth. So this is in line with a modern practice of respecting people who are elderly, who are minors, who are expectant mothers. There were some improvements in the domain of civil proceedings as well. For example, when the trial was delayed because of the backlog of the case, he ordered the increase of the number of judicial officials who were in charge of the proceedings. He also disciplined officials when they were unduly delaying the process. And he also required his officials to report to the king about the cause of the delay. And another interesting thing is about personal evaluation of judicial officials. There was a performance evaluation system against judge, and it was done by the senior officials against junior officials. But King Sejong was concerned that the junior officials would be worried about the personal performance evaluation system, so that they would evade from making judgments based on their own conviction and their own observation. So noting this possible side effect, King Sejong abolished performance evaluation system. Instead, he just required judges to report the number of verdicts they have issued. However, it was not without side effect. There were some officials who would unreasonably delay the adjudication. So after 13 years, this system was reinstated again. And some might say that was a failure in his policy, but I see a ruler, a monarch, who bravely faced this challenge of balancing between judicial independence and judicial accountability. King Sejong himself was a judge. He was at the pinnacle of the legal system, and he reviewed many cases. For example, he personally reviewed 536 capital cases during his reign, averaging 32 cases per year. He showed a relatively strict stance toward crimes that is against social order, such as violence against family members or corruption by the officials. And he showed a leniency toward crimes that were committed by the minor or the elderly. And also he was lenient toward the crime that was against himself. I would like to introduce you 4 interesting cases to show you what kind of judge King Sejong was. The first is the curse murder case. This is about a woman who allegedly killed another person through a curse. It's kind of Korean version of witchcraft. Being skeptical of this case, King Sejong ordered re-investigation of this case. He also sent his official to this woman who was detained, saying that the King Sejong himself has a pity for her, that he wishes to know the truth. Upon hearing this woman broke down in tears and admitted that she falsely confessed under torture. It was later found out that this woman was detained for 10 years in prison and that she was subjected to 26 brutal interrogations. King Sejong's commitment to look after an ordinary person spared her life, and she was released with food. The second case is the bandit escape case. This is a case that occurred in Pyongyang. So the boys who were aged 13 and 18 were engaged with robbery. And the ministers called for the death sentence for these boys. However, King Sejong noted that they were young, they were just minors, and he released them, giving them a second chance of rehabilitation, which is somewhat similar to modern juvenile system. Third case is the maid abuse case. So there was a maid servant who were mistreated and abused by her master and his wife. At the time in Joseon, there was a law prohibiting people of lower rank or lower status from filing a lawsuit against the people of higher social ranks. However, King Sejong noted that this incident was accidentally found by the Minister of Justice. So by creatively applying this law, he punished this official, because it was not by the lawsuit by the servant, but it was rather from the observation of the Minister of Justice. And final case is the shaman case. It's about 7 shamans who are in Seoul who allegedly defrauded people by saying that they can summon ghosts. So there was a very strong public sentiment against these 7 shamans that they should be put to death. However, King Sejong noted that at the time of their alleged crimes, there was no law prohibiting such act. So based on this spirit of nulla poena sine lege, no punishment without law, he released these 7 shamans. Instead, he ordered the creation of new law, preventing people from misleading other people. It goes without saying that the most celebrated invention or achievement by King Sejong is the creation of 훈민정음. 훈민정음, when literally translated, is a correct sound or proper sound for the instruction of the people. It was completed in 1443, and it was promulgated in 1446. It has 28 letters, modeled after sky, land, and humanity, as well as human vocal organs. It was designed in such a simple and practical form, as has been beautifully described by our Chief Justice. And it was also a system established to guide the people, so that the gap between colloquial language and the written language could be bridged. He also ensured that laws could be understood by everyone. And 훈민정음 or Hangul was an indispensable means to it. Well, let me read from the annals of Joseon Dynasty, which is the detailed record of King Sejong, about the motive of creating 훈민정음. Because the speech of this country is different from that of China, it does not match the Chinese characters. Therefore, even when the ignorant wish to speak their minds, many in the end cannot fully express themselves. Pitying such circumstances, I have newly created 28 letters so that all people may easily learn and conveniently use them in daily lives. And Hangul became an integral part of the daily lives of the ordinary people. And it also influenced the legal proceedings. For example, in 17th century, there's a record of the women filing a lawsuit written in Hangul. And by the late Joseon Dynasty, the Joseon began to make law public in Hangul. I believe that this is a gigantic step toward an egalitarian society, paving a beautiful way for enhancing the access to justice by the public. There was a time in the modern history of Korea when Korea was colonized by Japan. During that time, trial was only conducted in Japanese. But in 1948, when the Republic of Korea was established, we passed a law requiring all the official documents be written in Hangul, including documents by the court. So in that period, we, the Korean judiciary, is striving to write our decisions in a plain and understandable language. I would like to conclude my presentation. We are under global crisis that could undermine the very idea of rule of law. There's mounting pressure to impair judicial independence. We also have an issue of public trust in the judiciary. We have an issue of access to justice by the public. in the middle of all those challenges, I believe that it is very comforting to know that King Sejong also strived to overcome these challenges 600 years ago. He had a deep compassion for his people. His devotion to protect the very idea of rule of law, his dedication to protect human rights of the most vulnerable people in society, and his efforts to lower the bar for access to justice for the common people, they all resonate with us. So, by embracing the monumental spirit of King Sejong, which endured 600 years, which transcends the limitation of his era, I'm sure that we can find a wise solutions to the common challenges that we commonly face together today. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the insightful presentation, Justice Kwon Young-Joon. Please welcome with me our next speaker, Professor Sasse. Please join me on the stage, Professor Sasse.
Thank you very much and good morning. I would like to thank the honorable justices of the Supreme Court of Korea and the organizers and the secretaries of the 2025 Sejong International Judicial Conference for organizing this conference and inviting me. And I also want to thank for the subject of today's conference, advancing the rule of law and enhancing access to justice. The conference may have been planned originally to stress one of the many achievements of King Sejong the Great and to point to an important part of this Renaissance man's achievements. His achievements in so many social, technical, and cultural fields. However, with the recent rise of negative changes in the international political world, made the subject of this conference all the more important to stress the idea of the rule of law and to using an outstanding cultural hero of world history, King Sejong the Great, as a shining example of cultural and political history. Most or practically all of the facts that I will be talking about have already been mentioned by the excellent speech and the introductory remarks we have heard this morning. And I will now try to take these facts into the philosophical background which lies behind King Sejong's thinking. When he created Hangul, he created not only the system of the consonants, but also the design. And both are based on philosophy. It is the only writing system which is in general use in the world today, which is based on phonological analysis of the Korean language. But King Sejong was not a linguist. And when he personally revised, for instance, the 6 administrative codes, he used social philosophy and theories of legal science, but he was not a legal scholar. Instead, in both cases, as well as when he worked on many other fields, he was simply an enlightened Confucian ruler, and as such, he was a man of letters, basing his actions on the constant pursuit of both theoretical knowledge and practical expertise. The ideal of the Confucian ruler can be compared to the ideal of the Renaissance men like Michelangelo and others. Now, one reason for the invention of Hangul, King Sejong himself stated in the opening remarks of the promulgation booklet, the Hunminjongum, the correct sounds for the instruction of the people, and where he stated his intention. The sounds of the of our country's language are different from those in China. Now, this looks like a very simple statement, but it is really the beginning of a development away from 1,500 years of writing in Chinese language and Chinese characters. And the fact that all the attempts to use Chinese characters to write Korean language, or even simply Korean names, that did not really work well. And after 1,500 years, King Sejong realized that this is wrong. And the important thing is that the invention or this realization was actually a very Confucian idea, which is that nature and whatever happened in the human world should be in correct correspondence. And when you have the Chinese language, this is correct for China, but we are, and King Sejong was, in Korea, so he realized that there should be something Korean and not Chinese. And that is already Confucianist. The heaven and earth must be in harmony. And when he said that all the people should be able to read and to write, this is going away from Confucian habit of books, because Confucianists rely on books. Confucianists read books, and when they write something new, they will quote from books. It's a book-centered philosophy. Now, King Sejong was privately a Buddhist. And Buddhism is a religion based on hearing. Many of the sutras start with, "Such I have heard." And that is different from, "I have read in an old book." And so we see here that King Sejong was very wise in his action and his compassion based on 1,500 years of Buddhist kingdoms in Korea. And now he is, as a Confucian scholar, going to the future based on a different philosophy. And to be a Buddhist and a Confucianist at the same time is no contradiction. Buddhism is a religion, and as a king, he was a philosopher and a Buddhist and a Confucian scholar. In the book that you can see in the hall out there are two books. One is the Hunmin Chongo, the book with which the alphabet had been introduced, and also the explanations, the Herebon, that's on the right side there. And in the explanations and examples for the correct sounds for the instruction of the people, one of the scholars entrusted with the task of writing this wrote a postscript containing further information. He says there, our country's rituals, music, and literature imitate those of China and are compatible. They imitate and are compatible. But for our local language and rustic speech, they are not the same. Those studying books are troubled with the difficulty of understanding the meaning and the purpose of the Chinese texts. And those who must enforce laws are distressed by trying to find the exact meanings and connotations. And so the alphabet was invented. This is a radical change, and I compare it with European history, where Latin for a long time was the norm, but the people did not know it. And to abolish the Latin took centuries in Europe, and King Sejong did it with one stroke. He abolished the idea that writing should be based on a different culture. Okay. The wish to educate the ordinary people with texts in their own language and an indigenous writing system followed the rule of social behavior attested in Sejong's reaction to the first draft of the illustrated conduct of the three bonds, the Samgang Hengshildo, which is a book where pictures on one side are combined with text on the other page. A book to instruct the people in moral conduct. One picture and a text. The problem was the text was in Chinese. And so King Sejong said, this is ridiculous. The people cannot understand it. The pictures were there to illustrate the text, but the text is not understandable to the people. So that is another example of how he concentrated on educating the people in Confucian values of filial piety, of loyalty, and chastity. His words again, the pictures have been given because of fear that the uneducated people would not understand. But the people anyway cannot read the text. So even when the books are distributed, if someone does not teach them, how can the people know the meaning and be moved? Now, the quotes that I've mentioned, and which have been mentioned before, show that King Sejong's creation of the Korean writing system was intricately linked to his desire to make the legal, and that is the moral system, more accessible to ordinary people. And we have already heard that this compassion, this thinking about the people, the normal people, even of criminals, stipulated him that prisons should provide warmth in winter and cool air in summer, or he prohibited the imprisonment of minors of under 15 and seniors above 70 and so on. We've heard the facts, but this is all combined in the same thinking. One remark, although measures like these seem modern, we must not forget that the laws and rules were severe. They were based on the strict rules of an extended family ideal centered around men. It was a male society spanning several generations where parents had to be cared for and giving elaborate funeral and mourning rituals. Now to the concern for the legal system. Up to now, I've talked about laws, but he was interested in the legal system as such. Not only revising or introducing laws was of great interest to King Sejong the Great, but the legal system itself, because the new dynasty had started a social and cultural revolution after 1,500 years of Buddhist kingdoms and cultures on the peninsula. Joseon took 500 years. The Yi dynasty, this is another unique thing about Korean culture, the long-standing kingdoms. There is practically, or at least to my knowledge, no culture in the world where you have one dynasty ruling 500 years, except maybe 4,000, 3,000 years ago in Mesopotamia and Egypt. As an example of the interest in the legal system, we have already heard that several revisions of the 6 administrative codes have been done, and I want to stress the point. King Sejong's grandfather, Taejo, the founder of the dynasty, had proclaimed the first version in 1397, just 5 years after taking the throne. The third king, King Sejong, had a revision published in 1413, the supplemental 6 codes, which King Sejong deemed inconsistent. So in 1422, he, along with experts in legal affairs, began revising the articles one by one. The work was finished in 1426, and King Sejong found further problems and had them rectified until 1428. That's already 30 years. After some additional revisions, the supplemental 6 codes were published and distributed in 1429. But then King Sejong established an office of examination and revision of the 6 codes, which produced another draft in 1433. Again, carefully examined, it finally was published in 1435. That is, for 13 years, King Sejong had personally worked on every single item in the revisions. Okay, now I will go and talk about the invention of Hangul, and the facts have already been introduced. You've seen the letters, and you've seen some of the basic principles, but I want to stress the point. The creation of Hangul is a very good example of the holistic approach called Confucianism. And I'm introducing this as one example of the achievements in the name-giving of our conference. I called it in my paper Metaphysics and Action, but I should possibly call it Philosophy and Application. Basic assumptions of Confucianism include the pursuit of harmony among all members of society at their designated levels in society, as well as harmony between the world that people create and nature. To put the cosmic and the social order in harmony, man must study nature to find the proper way, because human society and natural phenomena should be understood as various manifestations of one concept, which is called Li, something like inherent or informing pattern of an object, a pattern of an action, and a pattern of an idea. In English, very often pronounced the principle. But the manifestation of Li is in nature. It has to be studied in nature in order to be able to transform it into human behavior. So in a way, the rule of law could be, sorry for the pun, could be changed into the rule of Li. The English rule of law would be King Sejong's rule of Li. For an example of an argument following this example, you must see the following quotation from the postscript of the explanations I've mentioned before. There, Chong In-ji, the scholar, wrote, "There are sounds natural to heaven and earth, so there must be writing natural to heaven and earth. The climate and circumstances of various places are different, so naturally, sounds and material forces are different. Languages of different countries have their own sounds, but not their own letters. So they borrowed Chinese characters. This is like trying to fit a square into a round hole. It is therefore important that each country should follow what is convenient to its people." Now, this is philosophy, but on the other side, it is also an attempt to convince possible opposition against the new writing system by conservative scholars who would, and in history it has happened, were in the beginning against the new alphabet because they thought Korea would be uncultured because it would be its own and no longer China. Now, at the end of what I'm going to say, I would like to use some of the principles of the design of the Korean letters as an example to show how King Sejong linked the analysis of spoken language, which is nature, and how he expressed these in the design of the graphic shapes. In Sejong's Neo-Confucian worldview, the world was seen animated by yin and yang, the complementary opposites of the two primal forces, yin referring to female, left, below, dark, dry, passive, cold, and the like, and yang referring to male, right, above, bright, wet, and so on. Now you must hear these female and male, right and left. They are to be considered philosophical, not social principles. They have in history always been misused to subdue women. But in reality, these are philosophical conflicts of opposition and complementary forces like light and shadow. Not negative and positive on one side. Besides, in yin-yang theory, yang contains a little yin, and yin contains a little yang, and these little ones are growing. Yang is turning into yin, and yin is turning into yang. You know the Korean flag? In the middle you have yin and yang. Anyway, King Sejong, to come to the vowels, he designed the letters for vowels following the yin-yang opposition after a linguistic analysis to classify them. The reason is the Korean language of his days had strong vowel harmony, stronger than today. And so two-syllable words would always contain vowel, either yang vowel or yin vowels. The yang vowels being clear a and o, and the yin vowels being dark unrounded a and dark unrounded u. So clear a, o, and dull u. Grammatical endings also would take a yang vowel or a yin vowel according to the vowels of the words they were attached to. Now, King Sejong based the design of the vowels on the combination of the three realms of metaphysics. They have been introduced before. Heaven, represented by a round dot, pronounced as a deep, unrounded A. To use the round dot makes a lot of sense for heaven, because you see, for instance, the sunrise in the morning, it comes to the noon, and then goes back. But in the dark, it must return to the next morning. So you have the circle as a symbol of heaven. Now the earth is very simple. It's represented by a horizontal line pronounced as the deep, unrounded U. And man is represented by a vertical line because he is both partly earth and partly heaven, or he is combining, he's living between the two. In today's shape, combinations of these basic brushstrokes are written attached. So you have a line and another small line. But this small line originally used to be a round dot. Now we come to the position of the dots. They follow either yin, remember, yin was left and below, and yang, which was right and above, respectively. So now I must turn around because there is direction involved in what I'm saying. The yin a, the round dot is put to the left, pronounced a. So the yin u is, again, remember, yin left and below. In u, the round dot is below. And opposite to that, you have the young a and o, the clear vowels a, and the round dot, young, is put to the right of the vertical line, and o, young o, is put on top. So in the basic vowels, a, o, you have young, and a, yin, you have yin. Vowel E is neutral in vowel harmony. So here we have the basic design of the vowels based on philosophy, yin and yang. Now, secondary vowels like ya, yo, yo, that is basic a with a iota in front, becomes ya, a, ya. And when you pronounce ya, you have to put a little extra effort in the beginning. So ya, rather than a. And this little extra effort is also given by a second dot. So you have ya, which has two dots. O and yo have two dots on top. You have a and ya and and ye. So I will return to the subject of more effort in the design of the letters later, because first I have to introduce the consonants. The consonants are designed to the 5 agents, or the 5 phases of change, represented by wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, like the 5 days of the week, except for Sunday and Monday. And these 5 phases of change are produced by yin and yang in the philosophy. And the design of the basic consonants is studying nature, in this case, how they are produced in the mouth. And if you produce a K, what you do is your tongue is pressing against the throat like this. And nian, your tongue goes up below the teeth. So you have nian. And miam, we had before, is the mouth, m. The S is produced by the teeth. You hiss through the teeth. And then the 0 initial is the throat. And based on these graphically secondary consonants were made, again by adding 1 stroke. So you have k, the normal K, and if it's aspirated, you add another stroke. K. You have the N, and then when you come to the secondary consonant T, what you do is you build an N with your tongue, and then open it. A little extra effort, so you get another stroke. And when this T, when it becomes aspirated, T, that is another effort, so you have an extra stroke in the T or above the T. So you have N, D, and T. Always an extra stroke. And going on like this, what I wanted to stress is that the design of the letters is based on both philosophy and on representing the nature in the language. To sum up, in my brief remarks, I wanted to highlight three aspects of King Sejong the Great, the basis of his thinking and his actions as a ruler. The first aspect is that we can only do justice to King Sejong if we portray him as a person who exemplified a lifelong commitment to comprehensive learning, and in our world of constant change, he is undoubtedly a role model for this. The second aspect was that he understood the world as a coherent whole that can only be grasped by meticulously analyzing individual phenomena and then interpreting them back into the whole. As our time increasingly turns us into specialists in ever smaller contexts, this going back into the whole is certainly a point for reflection for us. And the last aspect concerns simplicity as the simplest and best and highest art, as is shown in the graphic invention of the letter shapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Sasse, for this insightful presentation. I hope today's presentations helped you get a glimpse of the legacy of King Sejong the Great. We sincerely thank all the speakers and participants who took part in this session. Please give them a warm thank you. I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the 2025 Sejong International Judicial Conference. This concludes this session. Thank you and 감사합니다.
foundational to the rule of law. Among these values, we must include judicial independence and accountability, transparency and equal access to justice, the principles of due process as enshrined in national constitutions and in European and international conventions, the protection of fundamental rights of the person. Sustainable justice is therefore more than an administrative goal. It is a constitutional and international obligation to preserve the integrity of judicial systems and ensure that justice remains fair, accessible, and legitimate for both present and future generations. A vivid example of these dynamics can be found in the Italian Court of Cassation, our Supreme Court of Legitimacy. Like other European high courts, it has long been caught between two complementary but sometimes conflicting missions. The first, a normative mission to ensure the uniform interpretation and development of the law. The second, a disciplinary mission to oversee the legality of lower court judgments and protect litigants' rights. The scale of the challenge is striking in Italy. Every year, more than 80,000 new appeals reach the court, about 50,000 in criminal matters and 30,000 in civil matters. For years, this flood of cases risked transforming the court into a third instance of appeal, overwhelmed by numbers and unable to fully carry out its constitutional role of ensuring coherence and legal certainty. Yet in recent years, remarkable progress has been achieved. Thanks to an extraordinary effort of self-organization and international reform, the court has achieved unprecedented results. In civil matters, the backlog has fallen from more than 104,000 cases at the end of 2022 to around 87,000 by the end of 2024, a reduction of nearly 20% in just 2 years. In 2024, the disposition time amounted to 944 days, a reduction of 59 days compared to 2023, and with reference to 2019, the baseline year considered by the European Commission, there has been a total reduction of 358 days. The target set by the European Union for the disbursement of recovery and resilience facility funds was 977 days by the 30 June 2026, has already been surpassed by an additional 26 days. As of the end of August 2025, the civil disposition time has further decreased to 43 days, confirming a structural and sustained improvement. In criminal matters, the court today decides cases in an average of just 84 days from the date of filing, and the backlog has been practically eliminated. These achievements demonstrate that sustainable justice is possible and that even the heaviest burdens of delay can be overcome through innovation, organizational reforms, and the steadfast commitment demonstrated by the judges of our court. At the same time, however, numbers are not the only challenge. For the Italian Court of Cassation, as for many Supreme Courts of the European Union, as Zanne already said, the challenge of complexity has progressively emerged, generated above all by the need to interpret and apply multiple sources of law, national and European, ordinary and constitutional. If sustainable justice is the goal, judicial independence is the indispensable prerequisite for achieving it. Without independent judges and independent judicial systems, the values included in the concept of sustainable justice, fairness, due process, accountability, and the protection of fundamental rights cannot be realized. The Italian Constitution of 1948, drafted in the aftermath of fascism, enshrines this principle in Article 101 and 104, I quote, "Justice is administered in the name of the people. Judges are subject only to the law. The judiciary is autonomous and independent of all other powers," end of quote. This framework provides for both external independence, then protection of the judiciary from political power, and internal independence, the freedom of each judge to decide without undue influence from hierarchical structures. External independence is safeguarded by the Consiglio Superiore della Magistratura, the High Council of the Judiciary, chaired by the President of the Republic and composed of members elected by judges and appointed by Parliament. It controls all aspects of judicial careers. Judges and prosecutors share the same constitutional guarantees, recruitment by competitive examination ensures professionalism and pluralism. Security of tenure prevents arbitrary transfers or dismissals. A distinctive feature of the Italian system is that prosecutors enjoy the same independence as judges. Article 112 of the Constitution establishes the principle of mandatory prosecution, shielding prosecutorial action from political manipulation. This provision was conceived precisely to avoid the abuses of the fascist regime when the executive could dictate prosecutions selectively. Internally, independence is equally essential. The Constitution rejected a hierarchical model, and it says, I quote, "Judges are only distinguished by functions," end of quote. Case must be assigned according to pre-established objective criteria, not at the discretion of senior judges.
2 minutes, Justice Mogini.
I will to the end very quickly. And professional evaluations are conducted transparently by the CSM. This ensures that every judge can decide solely on the law and conscience, immune from both external and internal pressure. Despite These guarantees, current reform proposals raise concerns. Among them are the separation of careers between judges and prosecutors, the reform of the High Council of the Judiciary, and the replacement of its disciplinary section with a new High Court of Justice. These reforms are still debated, but any change must preserve the constitutional principle of independence, without which accountability itself loses its meaning. Independence, for sure, must be complemented by accountability, and Italian judges are subject to clear mechanisms of responsibility. First, reasoned decision open to appeal and public scrutiny, disciplinary proceedings handled by the High Council of Judiciary with appeals to the Court of Cassation, ethical standards and training promoted respectively through the National Association of Magistrates and the School of the Judiciary, civil and criminal liability applicable in cases of intentional misconduct and gross negligence. Accountability strengthens legitimacy and public trust, ensuring that independence is exercised responsibly. Allow me to conclude with 3 quick reflections. First, sustainable justice requires coherence and stability. Constant legal reforms risk undermining predictability and weakening trust in the courts. Second, judicial independence, external and internal, is not a privilege of judges, but a fundamental right of citizens. It guarantees impartial adjudications, due process, and the protection of fundamental rights as enshrined in constitutions, European treaties, and international conventions. Third, accountability is not the enemy of independence, but its complement. It ensures that independence is exercised with responsibility, transparency, and integrity. The Italian experience, through its difficulties, achievements, and ongoing debates, illustrates both the complexity and the necessity of reconciling efficiency, independence, and accountability. Yet, it also affirms a universal truth: without independence and accountable courts, there can be no rule of law, and without the rule of law, there can be no sustainable justice. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Justice Mogini, for your excellent presentation. Before we hear from the final speaker, a brief introduction as to the way forward. Thanks to the cooperation and punctuality of the speakers, I think we will be able to entertain 2 or 3 questions or comments from the floor. So at the end of our final speaker's presentation, those who wish to ask questions or make comments, please raise your hands, please. Our final speaker is Justice Julie Ward from New South Wales Supreme Court, Australia. Please welcome Justice Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon. Annyeonghaseyo. I'm sorry if I have mispronounced that. Thank you, Chief Justice Cho, for the invitation to speak at this very important conference. Thank you to the Justices of the Supreme Court of Korea and the Court Staff and Organising Committee for their work in organising the conference so well. We are, as you know, honouring the legacy, the enduring legacy of King Sejong the Great. And one of his accomplishments was encouraging access to justice as part of maintenance and development of the rule of law. As we know, the rule of law, or ecosystem, as Christopher Stevens described it this morning, depends for its subsistence upon public confidence in lawfully constituted authority. We need to maintain public trust in the judiciary. Encroachments on the rule of law may arise in ways less obvious than in times of war or terrorist threats or political unrest. They may arise perhaps by way of threats to the institutional integrity of our courts, perhaps by way of control over judicial appointments or budgetary constraints over court funding or the like, or administration, interference with judicial independence, perhaps in the guise of productivity and performance reviews, or incursions into fundamental common law principles such as the right to silence and privilege against self-incrimination. What I wish to speak about briefly this afternoon is the threat to the rule of law that I see as posed by the developments in artificial intelligence, or AI. And I wanted to speak about it in two respects. The first is in relation to the use of AI by court litigants. Now, one might think that is counterintuitive because AI tools can facilitate self-represented litigants with no knowledge of the law in putting forward their case before the courts. But the problem that we have seen, certainly in Australia and in other jurisdictions, is the rise of what are called hallucinations or ghosts in the submissions. We've had a couple of examples that I refer to in the paper in New South Wales. One involving a claim where there was a dispute over property between two former parties to a relationship, and on the appeal, the submissions were unintelligible, having been developed from AI. In a second, more glaring, obvious example of falsity in citations was when a defamation case in the District Court of New South Wales was heard before a particular judge, and the party in question cited a false judgment purporting to be by that judge herself. So the difficulty for this is not simply the threat to the administration of justice by the increased cost and delay that's involved in responding to this kind of false citation, but the fact that if there is a risk that that judges are placing a weight on AI resources in crafting their judgments, then they may be beguiled into perpetuating false hallucinations, and that leads to a loss of trust, public trust in the judiciary. The second aspect that I wanted to raise this afternoon is the spectre of AI judges. Now, experiments have been conducted in a number of areas using AI computer programs to predict the outcomes of cases based on textual information. And worryingly or not, depending on what your perspective might be, the tests in a study in 2016 suggested about a 79% average accuracy in predicting the outcome of cases. Similar programs are used in relation to small claims jurisdictions in matters in some jurisdictions, and there have been ADR pilots using AI to determine claims. So there is a real prospect of the possibility of AI judges. I suggest that has real ramifications for the rule of law. First, because while AI can mimic human reasoning, it is at its core a computer program. And it is coded by computer programmers who often do not have legal qualifications, and it is not necessarily able to reason in the way that humans would reason in determining cases. Second, many judgments within the legal system involve an element of human discretion, whereas computer programs operate on logic, with algorithms that may well conceal hidden biases or the black box of decision-making. And third, where the determination of legal issues follows a hearing in court, then one might well assume that it is part of the litigant's experience of the court process that the litigant feels that the litigant has actually been seen and heard. And I query whether that is possible where one has a robot for a judge. So in my view, for as long as the resolution of disputes involves the exercise of judicial discretion and involves a hearing before the judicial officer in question, it is difficult to see how we can dispense with the role of a human judge, even in an age increasingly shaped by automation and artificial intelligence. Now, I understand that the session tomorrow will deal with this issue, and I'm hoping that it will provide us with some answers to those problems. But I do think that it is an increasing threat to the subsistence of the rule of law, the emergence of AI tools and their use in legal systems, and the maintenance of the rule of law is, in my view, indispensable for the sustainability of justice in the future. So I'm hoping to have been the winner in the timing stakes, and I will leave you just by saying, 감사합니다.
Thank you for your brief but to the point presentation. We have about 10 to 12 minutes to conclude. I was ordered to conclude our session at least 5 to 3 o'clock. So before we have a discussion among the panel members, I wonder if there are any participants in the floor to pose a question to the panelists. I see none. Oh, yes. Judge Chung there. Microphone, please. If you could stand up so that, stop. Please introduce your name and institution, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Chang-ho Chung. I was a judge of the International Criminal Court until July this year. And I have a question to justice from Latvia and Italy regarding Eastern European situation, especially the independence of judiciary issue in Eastern European countries because of some difficulties.
I'm not sure whether it's
that is about European.
I'm thinking about changing the microphone. I think a matter of my microphone. If you could try another one.
Yes.
Give this one. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me well? So I'll just. Okay, I hope this is better. So now, because of some difficulties in Eastern European countries in their judicial independence issue, so even European Union has made effort, the EU level, some sanctions or fines over those Eastern European countries. Do you believe these efforts on European EU level has been working or effective? And what is the situation now for those Eastern European countries' judicial independence situation? Thank you very much.
That's a question specifically directed to Justice Petersone. And if I see no more questions, I'm going to ask, yes, Judge Chung there. Staff members are kindly requested to hand over the microphone. Yes.
Stand up. Thank you for giving me a chance to ask. I am Chief Judge of Seoul Bankruptcy Court, and I want to reduce ICC Justice Chang's question to the judicial independence to the independence of judges. I have a question for Justice Mogini, I heard your excellent presentation between the judicial independence and the accomplishment of the judiciary. I think judicial independence is very important, and it means that the independence of judge is more important. So the evaluation of judges always be contested in many countries. So do you have any evaluation process of judges? And as far as I know, European Commission recommended the member states that the evaluation of judges should be conducted by judges themselves, not by the legislative bodies or administrative bodies. So I want to hear from you the evaluation of judges in your countries. Justice Mogini. Thank you.
Okay. We took a couple of questions. Then can I turn to Justice Mogini and Petersone to respond to the relevant questions?
Thank you for a great question. Regarding the first one about independence of judges, it is absolutely crucial for the rule of law to function that there is independence of judges and independence of courts. In Latvia, we do not have any problems with that. Luckily, we are lucky about that. Each of the powers, the division of powers works very well. In Latvia, in Estonia, we do not have these problems. We respect each other. We work independently, and this is at that level when you really are independent, then you can start cooperate. What I was talking about is cooperation between equal and independent partners. You are right that there were problems in Poland regarding the independence of judges and courts. European Union intervened, tried to intervene. Of course, it's an independent country. However, it is important to have an independent tribunal. I am not in the best position to comment on a situation in another country. So I will not comment on what exactly happened there. I do not probably know enough to comment to be sure about what really happened, but the European Commission intervened, and it is one of the great values of European Union, and of course each individual country has to comply with the European values. And I can even say so much that there have been Article 6 of the European Convention of Human Rights that I was talking about, also the Council of Europe and the Court of Council of Europe, the European Court of Human Rights. There's Article 6, the right to a fair trial, and they even said that if it's not an independent judicial body who have decided the case, then the individual whose case was seen, they lack the right to justice. European Court of Justice is also for each individual of the European countries, which are member states, can go there and ask for justice. And if the tribunal is not independently made, and he or she has suspicions that it's not a fair trial, then it will be a breach of the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Petersone. Justice Mogini, please.
Thank you for the excellent questions. The first one, I think that judicial independence should not keep for granted. Anywhere and anytime. It can change, the situations can change very quickly in a way that is not expecting or envisageable in a clear way. In this regard, I think that the European Union interventions on difficult situation in Eastern Europe were very positive. The EU Commission and the European Court of Justice reaffirm the European values on judicial independence in a very intelligent and flexible way. In my opinion, their role was very effective and very clever. Once again, the European Union demonstrates that in difficult times, it is able to think in a clever way and to act in an efficient way. As to the evaluation of judges and prosecutors, because both branches of the judiciary in Italy, the prosecutorial one and the judicial one, are both submitted to the control and the guarantees offered by the High Council High Council of Judiciary. The evaluation is made by the High Council of the Judiciary, that is composed, presided by the President of the Republic, that in our national system is the guarantor of the unity of the nations, and is not a governmental, it has not executive functions. It guarantees the judicial independence as president of the High Council of the Judiciary. And the High Council of the Judiciary is composed by 2/3 of magistrates, judges and prosecutors. Then this majority is an effective guarantee of our independence. The other third of members of the High Council of Judiciary are elected, appointed by the Parliament in a joint session, Senate and Camera dei Deputati, with 3/5 majority of voters. Then it guarantees also that among lawyers having at least 15 years of experience before the highest court, and among professors, scholars, having the same seniority. Then this system makes the High Council of the Judiciary a strong protecting institutions, an effective protecting institutions of the judicial independence, especially in the field of the evaluation of magistrates, judges and prosecutors. It is assisted by other territorial judicial council appointed, elected by the magistrates, judges and prosecutors of the region. And there is the different appointment are assisted also by an instruction made by this territorial council with a selection of judgments and with the advice also of the lawyers that are acting before the local courts. Then it represents very articulated system of evaluation that has already been well accepted by the Italian judges and prosecutors, and it functions quite well.
Thank you. I hope it has answered the questions. I think it's time to conclude. As we conclude, let me quote King Sejong the Great once again. This is a line from Yongbiyo Cheonga, literally meaning Songs of the Dragon Flying to Heaven, the first literary work written in Hangul under the guidance of King Sejong. It goes like this: a deeply rooted tree does not sway in the wind. The rule of law is such a root in our societies, I think. Today's discussion reminds us that the rule of law and sustainable justice provide the foundation for democracy and the societal resilience. On behalf of all, I thank our distinguished panelists and all participants. This concludes the session. Thank you very much.
This concludes session 1. We once again thank the chair, the speakers, and all participants for their contributions. We will now take a short coffee break. Drinks and snacks are being served in the lobby, so please enjoy. The next session will begin at 3:14. We kindly ask everyone to be seated on time. Thank you. I hope you had a chance to relax and recharge. Let's continue with session 2. Chairing session 2 is the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of New South Wales, Australia. Please welcome Chief Justice Andrew Bell.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a great honour for me and my jurisdiction to be the chair for this second session entitled Justice for All, Pathways to Equal Justice. So thank you for joining us this session this afternoon. Our theme, Justice for All, is not just a slogan, it is a call to action. It was, as we learnt this morning, central to the philosophy of King Sejong, and the rule of law matters, but it is nothing without meaningful access to justice. That reminds us that justice must not only be available in theory, but accessible in practice in a meaningful way and to everyone. That includes people with disabilities, including mental illnesses, who for too long have faced invisible barriers, systemic neglect, and legal systems which don't necessarily accommodate them or reflect their realities or respect their rights. So today's conference and the focus on access to justice is in part about changing that. There are hard questions to be asked. How can we design legal systems that don't just accommodate but truly include, provide justice for all? And what role do we all have, together with governments, civil society more generally, legal professions, and so on, what role do we play in making that vision of meaningful access a reality? So as we begin, I encourage each of you to bear those questions in mind, challenge assumptions, listen deeply to our distinguished panel of speakers, and aim to conclude this session with a renewed commitment to a justice system that serves everyone equally, fairly, and most importantly, I think, with respect and dignity. So each of the speakers will speak for 10 to 15 minutes, which should leave 10 minutes at the end for questions. Our first speaker to my left, Justice Yasunami Ryosuke of the Supreme Court of Japan, has served as a judge for nearly 40 years before being appointed to the Supreme Court of Japan in 2021. He has been a leading voice in advancing access to justice within Japan's legal system, and I'm confident that he will bring not only his insights but his wisdom to us today. So please welcome Justice Yasunami Ryosuke.
여러분, 안녕하세요. 日本の最高裁判所判事の安波亮介です。2021年から現職を務めています。最初に今回のセジョンインターナショナルジュスティシステムカンファレンスに、参加させていただきますことを心から感謝申し上げます。このセッションのテーマとなっている司法のアクセスの確保、裁判所がこの役割、すなわち人々の権利を守り、社会秩序に安定をもたらし、法の支配を揺るぎないものにするという役割を果たすための不可欠な前提となるものであります。社会においてどのような立場にあるものであっても、どのような境遇にあるものであっても、司法にアクセスし、公平で適正な裁判手続きの下で紛争の解決や権利の救済を求めることができる、そのような環境が確保されていなければ正義は実現されない、そう思います。裁判所が人々からの期待に応え、 その信頼を得ることができないことがあってはならないと思います。司法へのアクセスの重要さはどれほど強調してもしすぎることはなく、このような意義深いテーマについてスピーチをさせていただくことにつきまして深く感謝を申し上げます。それではまず紛争の解決を求める人々が自身のニーズに合った裁判手続きに容易にアクセスすることができるようにするために基本的な制度や取り組みについてご紹介します。日本は南北に長く連なる島国です。国土面積も約38万平方キロメートルあります。そのため全国に多数の第一審裁判所を設置しています。具体的に言います。50の地方裁判所、50の家庭裁判所、それから203の地方裁判所及び家庭裁判所の支部、さらに438の簡易裁判所を設置しています。また裁判官は定期的にこれらの裁判所を移動していきます。このような裁判所及び裁判官の配置により裁判手続きを利用したいと考えている人は日本のどこに居住していても裁判手続きを利用して均質な司法サービスを受けることができるようになっています。我が国では民事裁判において必ずしも弁護士が代理人としてつく必要がないため、当事者が弁護士に委任をせず自ら裁判を申し立ててくることが少なくありません。どの国でも同じことだと思いますが、法律の専門家でない人が裁判を申し立てようとした場合には、どのような種類の裁判手続きがあるのか、どのような書類を提出する必要があるのかを調べ、自分自身のニーズに合った裁判手続きを選択することは容易ではありません。そこで裁判所のそれぞれの受付窓口には裁判手続きの説明や案内を行ったり、裁判所のウェブサイトにおいてさまざまな裁判手続きの概要や裁判の申立書の書式を掲載するなどして当事者のサポートをしています。法的な救済を必要としながら自ら声を上げることができない、いわば潜在的な訴訟当事者を適切に司法に導くためには、彼らが裁判手続きに関する情報を得ることができるチャンネルが複層的に用意されている必要があります。日本では裁判所のほかにも法律に基づき設立された公的な団体である日本司法センターが全国に事務所を設けており、紛争を法的に解決したいがどこに相談するのが良いのかわからない人々に対し、電話や面談で裁判手続きを説明したり相談先を紹介したりしています。また経済的弱者が裁判手続きを利用できるようにするための制度として、紛争に巻き込まれ、あるいは権利を侵害された者が経済的な困窮が原因で裁判手続きを利用できず泣き寝入りをするようなことがあってはなりません。そこで民事事件では裁判を申し立てる際に納付する費用を支払う能力が十分でない当事者に対し、当該訴訟費用の支払いを猶予する訴訟救助という制度が設けられています。また日本司法センターも視力が一定額以下である者に対し弁護士の費用の立て替えを行う民事法律扶助という制度もあります。これらの制度は民事裁判において日常的に利用をされており、司法への平等なアクセスの確保に大きく貢献していると言えるでしょう。以上のように日本では居住地、弁護士の有無、経済力の多寡等にかかわらず、法的な救済を必要としているすべての人々が 裁判手続きを利用できるように各種の制度を用意し、司法への平等なアクセスの実現に向けて努力しています。続いて、高齢者、障害者、外国人など多様な人々が裁判手続きを利用できるようにするための制度や取り組みについてお話しします。裁判所は高齢者、障害者、小さな子どもを連れている方々、すべての人々が等しく利用できる施設である必要があります。例えば、すべての裁判所に障害者用の駐車場、車椅子用のスロープ、多目的トイレを設置するなど、バリアフリー対応設備の整備を進めています。各裁判所のバリアフリー対応設備の情報は裁判所のウェブサイトで公開しています。裁判所では、裁判所の職員が障害者に適切に対応するための要領を定めており、障害のある裁判所利用者に対しては、補聴器や車椅子の貸し出し、庁舎内の移動時のサポート、筆談等によるコミュニケーションなど、さまざまな配慮を行っています。日本に在留される外国人の数は増加しています。外国人の方が日本の裁判手続きを利用することも増えてきました。外国人の方が裁判手続きを利用する場合、適切な通訳人を確保することがとても重要です。最高裁判所において、全国の通訳人候補者名簿を取りまとめており、62の言語、約3400人の通訳人候補者を名簿に登録しています。また裁判所においては、これらの通訳人候補者に対して研修を実施し、通訳人の方の質の向上に努めています。最後に裁判手続きにおけるデジタル技術の活用の現状と今後の展望についてご紹介します。民事訴訟事件では、訴訟が提起された後の送点整理手続きや口頭弁論においてデジタル技術を活用しています。2020年から送点整理手続きにウェブ会議が導入され、現在、地方裁判所の送点整理手続きの約8割がウェブ会議で実施されています。ウェブ会議を用いた口頭弁論も2024年3月から開始されて、実施件数は増加しています。送点整理手続きや口頭弁論でのウェブ会議の導入は、利用者の出頭負担の軽減、司法の利便性の向上に大きく貢献しています。また、審理の迅速化にもつながるものと考えています。民事訴訟事件では、2026年5月までに訴状を含む書面の電子提出が可能となり、民事訴訟手続きが全面的にデジタル化されることになっています。一方で、ウェブ会議の活用、それから書面の電子提出が進むことにより、デジタルに不慣れな利用者の司法へのアクセスが阻害されるということはあってはなりません。当事者本人がシステムを容易に利用できるよう、物的、人的なサポート体制を構築する予定です。具体的には裁判所の受付に申し立てのためにスキャナー、端末を整備し、法廷には電子記録を閲覧するための端末を整備する予定です。そうした機械の操作に習熟していない利用者のために、サポーターが当事者本人に代わってファイルのアップロードとシステム上の操作を行えるようにする予定です。このようにデジタルの時代は、その技術の活用を進めると同時に、デジタルに不慣れな利用者へのサポートもきめ細かく行っていく必要があります。最後に、司法への平等なアクセスの実現に向けた日本の制度を、裁判所の取り組みをお話ししましたが、日本のこれらの取り組みはこれから大きく発展していきます。司法へのアクセスは裁判所がその役割を果たし、法の支配を確立するための前提となるものであり、人々への司法への信頼を強くするための 重要な要素と考えます。法の支配と司法へのアクセスという時代を超えて普遍的に重要なテーマに取り組まれたセジョン大王に心から敬意を表するとともに、これらのテーマは取り扱うこの会議が実り多いものになりますことをお祈りして、私のスピーチを終わります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。감사합니다.
Thank you, Justice. Are you okay? It's very interesting to understand the range of initiatives in Japan, and we learn from each other's examples. Our next speaker is Judge Chung Chang-ho, until very recently, and since 2015, judge for 10 years of the International Criminal Court, the second South Korean judge to serve on that important court. He also has broad international experience, including with UNSA trial, the ECCC, and he will offer us a perspective on legal accessibility, especially in criminal cases. Would you please welcome Judge Chang?
Thank you very much, Chief Justice Bell, for your kind introduction. It is a great pleasure to be part of this wonderful event organized by the Supreme Court of Korea. I'd like to give my special thanks to Chief Justice Jo for the kind invitation, and all the Korean judges and officers for your excellent arrangement for this event. The judges of the International Criminal Court have an obligation to implement victim participation and reparations as part of criminal procedure. These participation and reparations procedures are very unique feature of the ICC, which do not exist in most of the national court systems. By giving victims a more active role in criminal proceedings, the court strengthens access to justice and upholds the rule of law. As a judge, and like many colleague judges here today, as I have to treat all parties fairly, I cannot claim to have worked specifically for victims. However, I'm very pleased that through my judgment have improved victims' participation and access to reparations and helped advance their legal status. Today, I'd like to share my works and insights on how I have enhanced victim participation and reparations at the ICC. But in order to ensure the smooth operation of victim participation and reparations for thousands of, even tens of thousands of victims during trial procedures, it is essential to first improve the trial procedure itself to be as efficient and effective as possible. So before discussing participation and reparations, I'd like to point out some major accomplishments by judges for this purpose. These include the retreat, chambers practice manual, new electronic court system, and streamlining the process of confirming charges and hearing witness testimony. Since its establishment, the judges have made continuous effort to improve the efficiency of trial procedures. A key part of judges' effort has been the annual retreat held since 2015 to discuss integrating court practices. And the photo below on the screen is from the first retreat in 2015, which took place in historic Nuremberg courtroom 600. And furthermore, I suggested to publish the Chamber's practice manual, including procedural practices that judges have agreed upon, similar to those used by other national courts. This initiative resulted in the first publication of the practice manual in 2015. Updated annually, it has since provided a stable and predictable framework for trial procedures, greatly contributing to the efficient progress of trials. Moreover, as you can see from this chart, the electronic court system or judicial workflow platform at the ICC is comprehensively handles all aspects of the court operations, including those of chambers, prosecution, victim, and defense. And thanks to the harmonized practices outlined in the manual, the system has been efficiently upgraded as well. Before trial begins at the ICC, the pretrial chamber must confirm the charges that the prosecutor has submitted, and only those confirmed charges can proceed to trial. The clarity of this confirmation decision is crucial, as any ambiguity can significantly delay the entire trial process. The first few confirmation decisions faced criticism for failing to specify the charges clearly. In 2016, the pretrial chamber 2 introduced a new improved structure of confirmation decision, and the decision format clearly identified and separated the confirmed charges from the reasonings behind them, effectively resolving the prior issues. Additionally, the chamber clarified and documented all the necessary procedural practices for reaching a confirmation decision in the chamber's practice manual. With this new approach, pretrial chamber 2 delivered the confirmation decision for the O-Gon case within 60 days of the hearings. Conclusion, a significant reduction from previous cases. This blue part shows us such good outcome of this new approach. Furthermore, because the confirmed charges were now clear, the need for time-consuming litigations to verify the charges was eliminated. As a result, the trial chamber's hearing preparation period, the red section of the chart, was also shortened. The Rome Statute most important evidence principle requires that witness testimony at the trial be given in person. Initially, the court strictly followed this rule, which led to a lengthy process with the evidence hearing for each witness averaging over 5 days. And 1 day means 5 hours a day. Following widespread criticism of these delays, the trial chamber 6 in Canada case made an unprecedented move in 2016. It applied an exceptional Rule 68 to approximately 30% of witnesses, which allowed for the direct adoption of written statement prepared by the prosecution. This approach helped reduce the evidence hearing time to less than 3 days per witnesses. Additionally, trial chamber 6 was the first to permit more than 30% of witnesses to testify by a video link from a field office. This approach significantly reduced the cost and duration of evidence hearing, as demonstrated by the chart showing a higher number of witnesses being heard in fewer hearing days. The use of Rule 68 and video link testimony is now a standard practice across all trial chambers. Now I'd like to get back to participation and reparations of victims. The Rome Statute treats victims' participation and reparations as distinct procedures, but they are fundamentally interconnected. Reparations can be carried out efficiently, cannot be carried out efficiently without maximizing victim participation, and the participation itself is a crucial form of reparations. Therefore, building a transparent and efficient participation process that allows as many victims as possible to engage is the essential first step toward providing meaningful remedies for victims at the ICC. In the Untanganda case, the Trial Chamber 6 and the Registry, specifically the Victim Participation and Reparation section, pioneered procedural practices in 2015 to streamline victim identification and participation decisions. These practices were so successful that I helped incorporate them into the Chamber's practice manual. As a result, judges are now able to decide on thousands of victim participation applications very efficiently without causing delays to the trial process. With hundreds of, even thousands of victims already admitted to trial, one might expect that implementing reparations would be straightforward. However, the process has been slowed down by the court requirement to estimate the number of potential victims, those who have not yet applied, and the full extent of their harm and damage. This has led to significant delays. Fortunately, recent reparations order in the Untanganda case by Trial Chamber 2 and the Ongwen case by Trial Chamber 9 have created new jurisprudence and practices for estimating potential victims. These developments ensure that reparations can be delivered more promptly to a wide group of people. The appeal chamber has already confirmed these new practices, which are now expected to set the standard for all future estimations of potential victims. In addition to these procedural improvements, the judges have also established significant jurisprudence regarding victims' legal status, especially for women and children. Pre-trial Chamber 2 rendered the first decision of the court recognizing forced marriage as an other inhumane act as a crime against humanity. The Trial Chamber 6 ruled that women belonging to same armed group, not just the opposite armed group, could be victim of rape and sexual slavery as war crime. Trial Chamber 2 made a decision recognizing children born out of rape and sexual slavery as direct victims, not indirect victims. And Trial Chamber 2 rendered the first decision recognizing the concept of transgenerational harm for children born out of rape and sexual slavery victims, as well as for children of former child soldiers. Judges at the ICC have worked diligently to make the victim participation and reparations procedure more efficient as mandated by the Rome Statute. To build on this momentum, state parties of the ICC need to check the possibility of revising their domestic criminal procedures to allow for victim participation and reparations, and cooperation with the ICC should be an integral part of this process. Furthermore, countries in the Asian Pacific region should continue their effort to establish an Asian Pacific Human Rights Court, which would provide protection for victims whose domestic judicial system are currently insufficient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Chung Chang-ho, for your bringing your particular perspective to bear from your experience on the International Criminal Court. Our next contributor is Judge Nico Thun from the Netherlands Court of Appeal. He has been a judge since 1989 and has been a Deputy Justice of the Court of Appeal since 2022. He has a profound interest in the interaction between judiciaries and the expansion of charity activities for children. So his perspective on justice for all, I think will touch on that. Please, everyone, welcome Judge Joon to the lectern.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chief Justice, Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, including the members of the support team of the Supreme Court, and not to forget the very good interpreters. Thank you very much for all you are doing here. Thank you very much to the Supreme Court for the invitation to speak here. I will try to show my slides. There it is. And let me please start with something non-legal. This is a map where you see many countries of Europe. And it's not because of my small country, the Netherlands, that I ask your attention for it. It's because of 3 countries in the south. I don't know if I'm able to use the laser. Let me see. Yeah. You see in the southwest, you see Portugal and Spain, and a bit more in the south to the midst, Italy. 3 nice countries. And my question to you is just to think over, not to answer, what do these 3 countries have had in common? It's related to the Republic of Korea. And I'll take you back many years ago, and it's about a sports event. And I see some people nodding already. We were very happy to see the performance of your national football team. They were so good. They reached the semifinals and they have beaten these 3 European countries. So that was very nice to see. So these are the topics I would like to speak with you. My time is limited, so I will probably skip some slides. But I promise you, it's the afternoon. I'll tell a small courtroom joke to keep you a bit vivid. The ambition of the Dutch judiciary is to be a learning organization. And what does it mean? It means that there should be a culture in which is promoted respect for development, feedback, and cooperation. And this connects to the innovations I will speak about. The key capacity of not only judges, but also staff of the judiciary is to have an open mind. And such society, as you know, is changing rapidly, so innovations are often necessary. My international work professionally has taught me that there is no judicial system that's perfect. And it's important to be willing to learn from other practices, from best practices, but also from not so good practices. And this is the value of judicial and legal exchanges like this very nice conference. I refer shortly to the World Justice Project 2024. You see the link there, and it's because of your performance as the Republic of Korea. From 142 countries, you reached position 19. And it's about things like constraints on government powers, absence of corruption, and order and security, fundamental rights. The things that citizens perceive as the performance of government and judiciary. I'll take you back 40 years ago as I started as a trainee judge. And then it was common to see the task of a judge as to give decisions, to decide and to give motivation, to reason the sides. Now my question to you is that enough? Already then there were some other perspectives. Often the problem is not solved by just a judicial decision. And such a decision is better accepted after a good interaction during a court session. This is the concept of procedural justice, already mentioned by speakers before me. It's important that citizens can give their views, also their worries about the outcome of a trial. And many citizens only once in their lives, or even not at all, come to the court building, which is of course very good. And of course also for these citizens, judiciary should be respectful. But there is also another group, and that is the group I ask your attention for the coming minutes for. These are the repeat players, as I call them. Every year they have several legal conflicts, and they don't have a perspective to change that. And in my country, about 10, 15 years ago, there was a growing insight that we were not effective enough for these persons. They came too often, could not really be blamed always, and we were not efficient, not effective. And it was also because of society, for instance, the cost and the lack of social cohesion. Before I'll show you this slide, just a side remark. These persons, these repeat players, are not always the most intelligent citizens. And that brings me to the small courtroom joke I promised you. It was about a thief who was accused, and not for the first time, for theft. He had many convictions and came again to trial. And the judge saw him and said, "Oh, he again, no." But the case was very thin. And before he was always convicted, but he didn't have a lawyer then, and now his lawyer had instructed him to keep silent. And the judge tried and tried to ask questions, but he gave no answer, the accused. Then at the end, the judge said, "Well, the case is just too thin, so I have to acquit you, but never do it again." And then the accused, never been acquitted, not so intelligent, said, "Your Honor, I'm so sorry to ask, but acquittal, what do you mean? Does it mean the things that are stolen, can I keep them?" I'm so sorry, but here it is. We are talking about the repeat players as often multi-problem persons, mentally disabled, low income. That's a very important factor for problems with the judiciary, frustration on their perspectives and also from their family, living in a dead-end street and wishing to get out, but needing help for that. And can you blame these vulnerable persons? Maybe it's an easy reflex to do so and to just give your judicial decision. But does it solve their problems? And does it make society more harmonious? Every citizen deserves a place under the sun. And this is also good for social cohesion, if you're managing to do so. They have several conflicts. For instance, civil law, administrative law, bankruptcy or a threat of it. Sometimes they commit petty crimes out of poverty or frustration. And they have many court sessions. It's not pleasant for them in the first place, but also not for society. And it's not effective because all these separate court sessions are done by several judges who don't know from the other problems. They don't have an overview. So we felt in the Netherlands the urge to do something else, not just deciding and leaning back while we know there will be no change.
This was the start now 9 years ago of our first innovative projects to make judiciary future-proof, always improving organization and procedures. And the goal should be the judiciary should become more effective for society, judging with social impact. How? With judicial pilots. We love pilots in the Netherlands. We are a small and practical country, and we like to try out things. 2 main points: access to justice should be easier, prioritized access for some litigants. And the second one is the presence of government organizations and social workers during the court session. First, the access to justice. The difference is we don't expect these litigants in the official courtroom, in the official building. It can be very intimidating for them. The judge comes to the urban area where they live or where they live close by. And one trivial aspect, which I was surprised to learn, is that it's important for many of them not to be invited to the courtroom because some of them only live in their quarter and they are not able to organize the trip to the official court building. They even don't know where it is. And of course, there are travel costs. Now, judges in this pilot should connect to the perspectives and needs of these litigants. A low threshold courtroom in a so-called community court in a community center in the urban district. Not a setting of a courtroom official, but a table where everybody sits, including the judge, not sitting higher than the litigants. Low costs for trial. No lawyer necessary, or if necessary, paid by the state. And a judge taking enough time to communicate, not only addressing legal issues. And as said, one judge deciding on several conflicts and having the overview and trying to realize mediation. This judge is not alone. There are other persons present. It's the second main thing I want to add. Of course, the judge stays independent. That's always the case. But judges who have regular contacts with social workers, probation officers, and government officials on debt, they are more aware of the help perspective there are. And it's easier for them to guide litigants to help. 8 instances can be local government, they help with debts, social workers addressing various problems, and in criminal cases, the probation service. The future perspective, that's important. How can future conflicts be avoided? I already mentioned the additional value of social workers. They write reports on the individual situation. And they are present during trial, which is important because if the judge says, please make an appointment in 1 or 2 weeks, often it doesn't happen. But if there is a social worker present and the decision is to be guided, to be held by a social worker, it can be done immediately. For civil conflicts, the law had to be changed for these experiments. And these are the more informal procedures. A simple digital form to present a conflict or even without a form. And it's possible for these litigants to just tell the judge what the problem is and what their worries are about. And these are often meaningful court sessions with a high interactivity. Judges guiding parties to a sustainable outcome. Now, were there worries at the start of this project? Sure. Objections were then that the judge should not be a social worker. Agreed. That cooperation with government instances could be a risk for the independence. But as said, these were worries at the start. There were many positive evaluations of all these pilots, and now a broad support is there for the pilots. Because, for instance, of the agreements, the amicable settlements, up to 90%. And as you all know, for the future, a settlement is much more important than a court decision. There is a wide belief in my country that innovations are necessary, and it is to stay relevant as the judiciary. Another quote is, judiciary makes living together possible, makes living together possible. Please think it over. This can be an important factor. And judges see the contacts with social workers and so on as enriching. We are not so good usually in organizing our feedback, also because of our position as judges, but we can organize feedback easier if there are these instances present. It gave a lot of judicial energy, and pilots were every year expanded. And we try to upscale new working methods and also to make them more sustainable. Now, shortly, if I still have some time, Mr. Chair, thank you. Some observation on criminal cases. I'm not talking about severe crimes. I'm talking about lighter crimes like shoplifting, simple assault. There, the Netherlands, there is an idea that rehabilitation is much better than retaliation. And judges try to avoid prison sentences as much as possible. And we are privileged because we don't have a minimum sentence in the law. 35% of all accused persons are intellectually disabled and influenceable. And that last thing is very important because, as you might have heard, prison is the university of crime. And there will be detention damage, job lost, house lost, relation under pressure, or even worse. And in my country, alternative sanctions are widely imposed. Community service sanctions, which is a real sanction because we often impose 240 hours, which is the same as 6 weeks of full weeks of unpaid work. It's also payback to society, which not is possible if they are 6 weeks in prison, these persons convicted. And it's much cheaper than prison. It's about 25 to 5% cheaper than prison. I say it wrongfully, 100 is prison, 25 is cost of community service. We impose a lot of conditional prison sentences with restraining orders like a location ban and obligations to undergo treatment. And we are very happy as prosecutors and judges with the probation service. They are now a very professional organization. They cooperate very well with the prosecution service, and also judges values the reports of them very much, including advice on a possible sanction. Of course, we stay independent, but I would say in more than 80% we follow the suggestion. To conclude, mediation in criminal cases that started about 10, 15 years ago, it's growing and growing. And there is a much better interaction between the victim and the accused. It's appreciated by parties, there are professional mediators, and the Dutch government invests also a lot of money in extra mediation in criminal cases. Damages can be paid before trial, and there is a chance to show good behavior before the trial. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Judge Joon. Again, an illustration of the value of insights of a particular jurisdiction and a broader view of the role of a judge. Our final speaker in this session is Senior Counsellor Tatiana Teplova of the OECD. She has extensive experience across a range of issues, governance, rule of law, justice, gender equality, sustainability, and the public sector. Her insights much look forward to. Please welcome Ms. Teplova to the stage.
Dear Chair, Justice Bell, Honorable Chief Justice, Your Excellencies, Justices, dear colleagues and friends. It really is my great honor to stand here before you and speak on behalf of the OECD, one of the supporting organizations for this conference, and also to share with you the OECD perspective on why access to justice is such a transformational but also an urgent agenda for societies. I'm trying to unlock my notes, which seem to disobey. So I hope I will be able to walk you through my slides without the notes, which I don't see. So let me start by explaining what OECD sees as the people-centered justice. First of all, for us, it's not just a legal imperative, it's also an enabler of social inclusion and economic growth. Here, we know from the OECD research that it's key to competitiveness of the country. It's also central to the Sustainable Development Agenda, and in particular, Sustainable Development Goal 16 in promoting the rule of law and inclusive access to justice. And importantly, what we also know that many people do not have meaningful access to justice. And actually, according to the World Justice Project, it's more than 5 billion people who do not have access to justice. So the justice gap is really quite remarkable. Still trying with my notes, but it's not really working. So the second point that emphasized by the OECD is access to justice as making a good on the promise of the rule of law. Here we see it as a key to reinforcing democracy and building trust in public institutions. We also see justice sector playing an important and actually critical role in tackling mis and disinformation. But then, of course, an important dimension is that justice is a public service. Responsive, inclusive, and more effective resolution of justice services are critical to upholding trust in government, trust in public institutions. And we do know that many governments, including OECD governments, are using data and digital tools to improve justice service delivery. We know that from the OECD research that not having access to justice is not only a problem for individuals, it's also costly for societies and economies. Our recent research shows that unresolved justice problems cost societies up to 3% of GDP each year. And this brings us to the importance of people-centered justice systems that really can help closing this gap. We also know that trust in national governments is actually declining around the world. Less than half of the people in OECD countries trust their national governments. We know that trust in justice institutions and courts is a bit higher, so it's at about 54% of the population, but still it remains quite low. And again, access to justice is one of the critical drivers of trust in governments and judicial systems. We also know that access to justice and actually justice itself, law itself, is not just a distant reality. It is central to every day life of people, be that education, access to education, be that health outcomes, be that access to employment opportunities, be that access to housing. So it really is not that distant and remote reality. It is present in daily life of the people. Yet, we also know from our data that formal justice institutions and alternative settlement processes are seldomly used. Now, you actually see this data from the recent survey done by the World Justice Project, where people do not normally go to formal institutions such as courts or police or legal aid services and aim to resolve their legal issues, legal problems on their own with the help of family, or actually do not resolve their problems at all. And I've already talked about the cost to societies and economies of not resolving legal problems. We also see that legal problems are more prevalent, more complex, and more frequent for disadvantaged groups, be that women, especially victims of violence, the elderly, the people with disabilities, representatives of low communities. And what we also know that it is actually these groups that face disproportionate barriers to accessing justice, thus really making it nearly impossible to resolve their legal problems. So this brings me to the OECD recommendation. I mean, we call it a recommendation on access to justice and people-centered justice. In a sense, it's a legal instrument that brings together all of the good practices from our member countries, our partner countries, all of our international sister organizations. And the idea is to promote a transformative and systematic approach to achieve people-centered justice. So the recommendation is built on the foundation of purpose and culture of the justice system with 4 distinct pillars. First is delivering and designing people-centered justice services, including court services. Second is governance enablers and infrastructure. So here we are looking at the infrastructure necessary to deliver justice services. Next is people empowerment and legal literacy. And we've heard about the approach promoted by King Sejong in this regard, which I believe also inspires this recommendation. And finally, is planning, monitoring, and accountability. At the OECD, we believe that evidence-based decision-making, evaluation of the way that justice services are delivered are central to improving those services and making sure that people are put at the center of justice. So, what does it mean in practice to achieve people-centered justice? So, first of all, again, I don't have my notes, so I have to improvise, and so bear with me. First of all, is redesigning justice services. What does it mean? It means putting user experiences at the center, looking at justice systems not only as procedures from the point of view of institutions, but actually analyzing and understanding how the users of the system experience justice, particularly when they come to courts. Second is improving, indeed, physical and digital access, and we know there are many good practices in the countries around the world and in Korea in particular as well. Next is streamlining procedures without unnecessary complexity. We've heard from the previous speaker that how fundamental it is to ensure that the legal processes, procedures, and options for dealing with the justice problems, how essential it is that they're easily understood by those that have legal problems, that all of the options are communicated in plain and simple language. And this is actually the next point. Then, of course, there is importance of innovative approaches. Innovative approaches do not mean that legal rules and procedures need to be that they need to be removed. No, it's about keeping all of the necessary safeguards while still ensuring that people can navigate the justice system effectively and efficiently. Next is measurement. We at the OECD are strong believers that measurement, well, what gets measured gets done. And we do know that people-centered justice requires going beyond court statistics. Of course, such measures as lengths of cases, court backlogs are extremely important, but they look at the performance of the system through the perspective of institutions and not necessarily through the perspective of the people. Asking questions such as, were the users of the court services satisfied with the way that their judgment was rendered? Have they been able to effectively and efficiently resolve their justice problems? What was the impact of the decision on their lives? So really looking at the experiences, lived experiences of the people is really crucial in order to really understand if access to justice is being provided by the courts. So it means that we need to look at the satisfaction with the process, perceptions of fairness, clarity of outcomes, and the effectiveness of resolution. And then finally, I had actually a fantastic list of Korean initiatives that I wanted to highlight in my notes. So again, I will have to improvise by reminding us some of the amazing things that our host country, Korea, has done, such as the creation of the Supreme Court Committee on the use of artificial intelligence in the court procedures that looks at how to responsibly and safely use such tools as artificial intelligence to bring justice closer to the people. Of course, there are other initiatives, both in the judiciary and the Supreme Court, and using electronic case filing systems in also electronic litigation systems to, again, improve both efficiency and access to justice. And this is where I'd like to stress that it is time for the judiciaries to exercise leadership in the systemic transformation of our justice systems towards people centricity. We do know that countries like Korea, but also many other OECD and partner countries can play a global leadership role in driving this transformation forward. Because again, if justice is delayed, if justice is not accessible, then it means justice is denied. So here you see a set of OECD tools and experiences and examples of peer learning materials that are there for you for your use. And of course, at the OECD, we stand ready to be supporting all of you in achieving people-centered justice and making it a reality for all. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senior Councillor Taplova. We have 5 minutes only for succinct questions. If there are any succinct questions, could people raise their hand? Always difficult to get succinct questions late in the afternoon. Justice Ward, is there a microphone coming? Microphone is coming.
Yes, thank you. I was very interested in the concept of mediation of criminal matters, because certainly in our system, it's generally been regarded as a matter that's inappropriate for mediation if it's a criminal prosecution. Do you have a requirement that the victim or the complainant consents to a mediation process taking place, or is it imposed on them?
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot to identify myself, but I think Andrew did.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Thank you for your good question. It is not possible to have mediation in criminal cases if one of the parties doesn't agree. But to my surprise, many victims wished to do so. It's even if they make their first statement at the police station, that there is a standard question, are you interested in mediation or not? And then the prosecutor can decide what to do. As said, always a professional mediator present and leading the whole conversation. And many suspects who are even not accused then are willing to cooperate, maybe also to be honest, because they think, well, then the sanction, the punishment will be a bit lower. But there the professional mediator plays an important role. It's not just saying, sorry, but there should be something more. And as I said, damages paid, things like that, that's important. The judge, if it comes to a court case, gets the result of the mediation, and the judge is free to take it into consideration or not. But usually, if it's has been a good mediation, the sanction will be lower. But as said, the judge stays independent. If that's an answer to your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I follow up that question, Judge Thun, by asking, does that apply to all criminal offences? Does it apply to, for example, domestic violence or sexual assault, or is it only lower level crimes?
It is for all crimes. It's even for manslaughter and murder, because if there is a manslaughter, a murder, there is of course no real victim, but there is family, friends, etc. And they are also involved if they like to do so. And it can make them feel better to understand what has happened. There is much more interaction then in chats of some hours with the mediator than in the courtroom, where maybe you can speak for yourself 10 minutes as a victim or as a family member, but there is no interaction with the suspect accused.
Well, that brings us to the end of this session. We've heard about how access to justice must be meaningful. We've heard about how it must extend to the underprivileged, to minority groups, disadvantaged, mentally ill, to the victims of crime. We've learned about innovation. We've had examples from Japan and from the Netherlands. And we've been told about the economic cost of a lack of access to justice. And finally, I think importantly, we've heard about the obligation on judiciaries to think innovatively and to take the lead. It is our daily work, but it involves much more than the orthodox traditional role of a judge, particularly for judicial leaders. I think that's one of the lessons to come out of this session. So please thank our excellent panel.
This concludes the sessions for day 1. We sincerely thank all speakers, chairs, and participants for being with us throughout the day. A cultural performance will begin at 5 p.m. To allow time for arrangements, we will pause for about 30 minutes. Please return to your seats before the show begins. We look forward to enjoying this special program together. As you step out, please be sure to take all your belongings and valuables with you. Thank you.